Well, good morning. It's certainly a privilege and an honor to be back in Valley City again. It's been a couple years since I got the opportunity to work with young people up here and go sort through your cattle show. But this morning, if this first class is any indication of what's to come, I think we're going to have a lot of fun. Really good top trio here to kick things off. And young lady in the white shirt, I think at this particular view, that's where this one wins. I love that one's look, her attractiveness, the elevation up front, the sweep to her rib cage. Yet when you ask the cattle to lead, that one moves as good and as flexible as anything out here. Really just checks a lot of boxes for me. Congratulations to her. Really nice heifer that comes here in second. Probably one that's got just as much to her, just as much bone and look and features. The calf that leads out right ahead of her in that particular pair. I don't know if that one's quite as next level in terms of her neck set. Is she quite as soft in terms of her rear ankle? I don't know. I think that's still a really good calf. Landing second. Congratulations to her. Young lady who comes out in third, I think a heifer that's got as much to her, as much bone and just density and substance off either end of her skeleton as any calf in here, probably compared to the two heifers right in front of her. I don't know if she's just as soft and sweet down through the lower part of her rib cage. I don't know if she hits me quite as attractive or elegant in terms of her look. I think long term, you can project that one out as a big bred. That one's got some really good days ahead of her. A lot of good things about that particular heifer. Pair of cattle that comes next. I think this is a really close pair of heifers. Young lady with the solid black one here, probably just a little more ready in terms of her body shape, the build, the turn to her rib cage, and the extra power that she has up high. You know, in this particular pair, I think both of them need to be just freed up a little bit as they get out and motor across the surface. We can change how that one moves out of her skeleton. That's a really nice effort for the future. This one, the little baldy heifer that comes next, probably just a shot greener in that particular pair, and maybe for the long term, that's going to work to her advantage. Today, I just pair that with her flexibility of needing to go just a shot better. That's why she ends up where she does. Of all the cattle that comes next, probably one of the higher performing heifers is the young lady's Rebel. I think this one's got a ton to her in terms of mass and body, build and substance underneath. Just a little coarse for me. I don't know if that one ties it all together and is smooth or as fresh of a package as a few of the other cattle, but in terms of horsepower and having some substance, a lot of muscle and bone in that particular female. That one's got some good days ahead as well. Young man's got a nice calf that comes out next. I think in terms of fresh hair, big bone, lots of foot underneath of that heifer, she sure checks those boxes. I think she's got plenty enough in terms of her center rib at this time. For me, she just hits me a shot raw in terms of her cover. I don't know if that one's got just as much softness or fleshing ability in that one as a few of the rest. Of the cattle that remain, I think all of them need to just be powered up. They just move just a shot better as they go throughout the ring. Give all those exhibitors a nice round of applause. Really good class of cattle here, and I'll be the first one to tell you, I'm not sure there's one in here that's just a slam dunk winner. And I'll go through and describe my thoughts and kind of tell you how what I see in the cattle, both good and maybe where we can change them a little bit. When we get the cattle parked and we put them out in the center of a big ring, the one that you want to gravitate to right off the bat is the young man's class winner up front. Just in terms of her look, her balance, the quality that she has, that's a really, really nice heifer. When you want to get to breaking this one down a little bit, start picking the good ones apart maybe, I don't know if that one's got the most to her in here. Does she have the most spread to the lower part of her body? Is that one just the most powerful? And maybe could she move just a shot better in terms of her flex and reach and the comfort out of her front end? Sure, I think we can change a lot of little things, but let's not miss the forest for one tree. That's a really nice heifer to lead off with. Probably the one that I see as much future in as anything else out here is this young lady's red heifer that comes next. I think she's fresh, she's green, she's youthful, her neck shape's great, her body shape's good, her build and angles underneath are as good as anything in here. That's a calf that just needs time. Everything's there, her look, the quality, all the things that you can't fix with a feed bucket per se, she has. That one just needs some time on feed, a little longevity in that female, and she gets really, really good on down the road. I would call this heifer that comes next the soundest structured heifer probably in this class. When the young lady asked this one to lead, she's as loose and flexible and comfortable on the surface as any calf in here. When we study the rest of that female, particularly from her shoulder forward, she reads just a little plainer through her front 1/3. She's a little deeper in her chest and thicker in her throat latch, but I think it matches her body from there back. That looks like one that's going to make a good cow on down the road. Just a really, really nice, complete female. I would call the soundest structured one, just probably not as out there in terms of her look, in terms of what really gets me fired up. The young man's heifer that comes next, good red female here that looks like a heifer at this particular age. Her maturity pattern is kind of the way I like them. She looks like one that's youthful in terms of her maturity. I think that heifer's good in terms of the set to her back leg and the way she gets out and motors there. So when she study her through the front portion of her body, I want to just lengthen that one out through her front 1/3, make her grab an extra gear as she travels out of her front end. But in terms of a good-bodied one that's got enough power to her, very well presented out here, she sure checks a lot of boxes. Heifer that comes next is kind of an outlier in this class in terms of her size, her length of body, weight per day of age. She sure can bring a lot of good to the table. Extra, extra long. From the end of that one's tail to the tip of her nose, she's probably the longest bodied calf in this class. My problem with this one's when we get the cattle in motion, I don't read that one as comfortable in terms of her build. She's not as flexible and soft in terms of her rear ankle. I want to get that one out and just cover a track just ever so slightly better, but a good female from a body and performance and size standpoint. Young man's got one that comes next, very fresh in terms of her condition, but yet still has a lot to her, and I think that's a lot of good things for this young man to feed on down the road. Probably compared to some of the other ones, she is athletic. Probably compared to some of the other ones, I don't know if she's just as attractive or just as soft through her mid-body as a few of the other cattle, but just in terms of quality and one that you can feed on down the road and have better days ahead of you, to me that fits that bill. Young lady's got a big, powerful, bold-bodied heifer that comes next. You study this one through the upper part of her skeleton. She's really, really good in the amount of spread that she has, the substance that she has. It's when we get the cattle out in a big ring, you just ask yourself, is she attractive enough? Is she elegant enough? And maybe when we get her in motion, I think that one needs to just grab a gear and set them down with a little more comfort. The cattle that come out next, sure, some cattle with some look, some quality to them, probably just run out of the unique intangibles, compete with a competitive top end today. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really good. Really good class of cattle here, and a lot of differences amongst these heifers. Obviously, in terms of breed and size and how ready they are at this particular point in time. I'm a big fan of whenever I can use cattle that are a little more maternal, maybe in terms of their look and their kind. That's the direction I'm going to go. And so, anyway, in this particular class, I think the one that really rises to the top is this young man's baldy heifer that's got just a killer look to her. Everything about that one reads with quality, look, longevity. You project one that not only could be competitive as a big one, but it's also going to make a good cow one day. I think she checks all those boxes. For sure, she's learning to be a show calf. She took him for a ride here at the beginning, but that one can get out and move. She's good looking, big bodied, stout. Really just everything that you could ask for one to be. If you want to get critical on her, I guess more of a feeding thing long term than anything else, you got to keep that one's chest in her as you go on down the road. If she can do that, that's a very, very competitive female. Probably the one that's the outlier in the group just in terms of wolf and body and punch and just rib and power is young lady's calf that comes next. And honestly, she's probably a little too far along for me at this particular age. That one's got a lot to her. She's got a lot of hip, a lot of rib, and a lot of spread, but she's also pushing the limits in terms of condition for right now, at least for me. But that one's build and her look is really, really good. I just want to tone her back a little bit, probably just a little too ready for where I like them at this point in time. The one that probably hits you really, really hard at first, and you just ask yourself, where can she be long term, is the young lady's red heifer that comes next. Love that one's neck shape, the smoothness to her shoulder, how her chest is built into her. I'm no rocket scientist, but I do have a few red ones at home. It's hard to keep one like that, and yet project them down the road, she looks like one that it'll stay that way. I think when you ask the cattle to lead, she's as good and mobile as any of them out here. When you compare her to the two cattle that stood right ahead of her, there's just not as much of her. Plain and simple, not as much horsepower, not as much mass and spread off both ends of her skeleton. Excuse me. Young lady's calf that comes next, really, really like this one's silhouette. Big and soft in her rib cage, good the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. I think a calf that can get out and move really, really well also. Got one thing on this one, I just want to knock her down in her tail head, just tuck that in her just a little bit better, maybe intensify her foot and bone size just a little bit more, particularly as you take her down to the surface, but another one that makes a really good big one on down the road. Young man's heifer that comes next, really a fresh-haired, big top, big spread type of a female here. I think he's done a good job of keeping this one fresh through a front third of her body. I thought comparatively speaking, didn't know that one quite as attractive, quite as elegant and fresh as a few of those other females. Excuse me, young lady's heifer that comes next, good fault-free type of a calf here, one that can get out and travel really well, got some extra length to her, long-fronted, long body, can cover the ring with plenty of flex and reach, probably not as bold in terms of her center body, not just as robust in terms of her lower rib cage as well. I think that one just needs to be bodied up, maybe freshened up a little bit in terms of her look. As the cattle, we go through the rest of this class, I think all these females have some look and some attractiveness to them. This one we can make just a shot softer. The next one probably just needs to be redesigned out of her hip. Just a couple little things that start to add up to get them in trouble compared to a couple really good ones on the top end. Give these exhibitors a nice hand. Another good class here, and a lot of differences in these cattle, particularly in the type and kind they represent. The one for me that just reads the most maternal, maybe, one that has just a lot of future and hits you with that really good breeding heifer look, so to speak, the young man's calf up front. I think in terms of just her angles, her comfort and flexibility, still having plenty to her up high, a great look out here from a profile, and being well presented. She sure does a lot of things right. I think really, really nice heifer to lead off with. Pair of cattle between 2 and 3, I think it gets a little bit closer. Both of these heifers are ones that are maybe a little rib shorter body, probably not quite as long and soft and maternal in their look. For me, I like this peach one that comes out next. Just extra big bone, good looking, just really, really cool and bold in terms of her center body. You get that calf out in motion, she wants to fight the halter a little bit and just kind of learning to be a show calf. Maybe she could just relax her spine ever so slightly. But I think when that one just wants to calm down and maybe learn how to be a show calf out here, that'll sure come back into place. But in terms of body and power and look, that one's really, really good. Similar story for the young man's black and white one that comes next. As I mentioned, probably just a little bit short bodied for me, but I like this one's extra punch and power that she has. A female that's got a lot of bone and balances up good. Really, really neat through the front third of her body too. Another one as she gets out and goes, but you just knock her tail head down in her, soften her up down her top line. Young lady's calf that comes next. To be honest with you, I think you put a little paint and powder in this one's legs. This one comes together pretty good. Probably initially of the first 4 cattle, she's the frailest featured, the smallest footed one. But you study that calf up top, she's really got a nice look to her, good in terms of her shoulder set, really nice down her top line, got some rib and some softness to her. That one just needs to be prettied up a little bit. I think that heifer gets really competitive in this class if you do that. Just like to fix a few little things, see that one maxed out here and she gets more competitive. Young lady's calf that comes next. Nothing wrong with this one's neck shape, the way it comes out of her shoulder, the way this young lady gets her presented for us is really, really good. I think this calf just needs to be a little softer back through her rear rib and flank. Maybe just get that one a touch more bone underneath to tie it all together. But in terms of having some muscle and some shape and a good look to her, she's done a nice job. Young man's calf that comes next, young lady in the green shirt, go ahead and come out also. These 2 cattle are really, really similar. Both of these are heifers with a lot of horsepower. They got a lot of punch to them, a lot of shape and spread off both ends of their skeleton. The one I thought was just a little neater in her look is the young man's calf right in front of me. I think when he stops and gets that one's parked, that's her best look right there. My problems with her is when we get her into motion, I just want her to grab the ground with a little more comfort and flexibility out here. Just needs to move just a shot better and knock her down in her tail head. Young lady's calf that comes next, like I said, very similar story. I did think between that pair, this one was as neat and tidy in terms of her neck shape. I'd like to knock her down in her tail head, lengthen her out of her hip, and I think maybe having a shorter switch throws her off balance just a little bit out here. 2 cattle that are remaining, both of them are good stock in terms of having some muscle. They got some body and some punch to them. Just like to see those heifers a little smoother in their makeup. Both of them maybe just a little rounder and a little coarse for me today. Congratulations to those kids. Really deep set of cattle. Another good class of cattle here, and never questioned not starting the young lady's female right in front of me. I think just in terms of being extra complete and still having some out there pieces, she does that really, really well. I think one that's got enough bone and stoutness to her, but it doesn't make her take away from her maternal aspect of it, in my opinion. I think that heifer still reads pony youthful, still looks like a lady out here. Really, really like what she brings to the table. We go from there, and I think there's a little bit of sort in these cattle. Just in terms of one that really looks the part out here, a female that's fresh. She's ladylike as the Frost City heifer that comes next. I think her build's really, really nice amongst the remaining cattle out here. I think that one's good, and her neck shape really nice down her top line and got some substance to her center body. You study her off either end of her skeleton, she's probably not as pulled apart or just as much to her as that heifer that we lead out with. With her respective breed in mind, I think she's doing a lot of things right at this stage of the game. Young man's black heifer that comes next, really, really long. Extra long in terms of her front end, from her shoulder back to her tail is really, really good. I think that heifer has a lot of weight per day of age at this particular game. You probably take that a step further. I wonder long term if that one gets so long and so big, you wonder can she keep her build in check to go along with it, because that's where I'd like to change this. When we get that calf in motion, I'd just like to see her a little more comfortable as she tracks off both ends of her framework, goes around the ring. Young man's calf that comes out next is really, really nice. I think this female's got a cow look to her through the front part of her body. She's got some substance from there back. She too is another one we want to alter when she gets on the move, just a little quick in her step out of her shoulder and out of her rear skeleton as well. Young man's calf that comes next is one that's really, really nice through the front third of her body, tucked up in her chest, neat in terms of her neck shape, and I think the rest of her body matches that. He's one that's a little bit leaner, a little fresher in terms of condition. Probably could push this one just a shade more to get a little more sweep and turn to that rib cage, maybe make her look a shot more maternal. Blue roan heifer that comes next has got some body, she's got some rib shape to her. Another one that's nice in terms of how she's made and her foot structure. She's just probably not as elegant or as attractive as a couple of the heifers right ahead of her. That's where she winds up like she does. Two cattle that round out the class are sure got some body, they've got some substance to them. There's nothing wrong with the type of cattle they represent. Probably in the show ring setting, just not as many out there pieces to run with a few of those today. Congratulations to those kids. Really nice place to start with this white flanked heifer here. I think in this particular class, there's a lot of heifers in here. You get them on the standstill and they've got a look of quality. These are nice cattle. They got a lot of good to them. But probably when we set those in motion is when things can get just a little bit funky, and maybe how you want to put those things together. When structure is the top priority for somebody like me. The one that easily, pun intended, walks away with this class is this one, and yet when you get away from the cattle, I think in terms of her look, her body shape, and just the look and presence that she has out here, she fits the bill pretty easy for me. Congratulations to her. As I just mentioned, where things get just a little tricky is how you want to put these things together when you get them in motion, because standing still, this baldy heifer that comes next, really striking in her look. Great in terms of how her neck comes out of her shoulder, good and long and level down to her top line. I think in standing still, this is a great female right here. We put her into motion, you gotta wonder, where does she go long term and how she wants to set down on her ankles? Is she just as soft and comfortable enough to withstand a long show season? I guess the verdict's out on that, but I like that one standing still a bunch. Young man's got a Hereford heifer that's still learning how to do the trick, so to speak. A lot of these cattle, this is probably their first time out. Maybe it's their second, but for sure, they ain't been on the show road very long. If you study angles and build, regardless of if this one's pulling at the lead or not, this one's built really good, and definitely better than the one that's right ahead of her. She just doesn't want to show herself off out here. It's hard to get a great read in how her lines and everything comes together just because she's not wanting to show herself off. But I think in terms of her rib shape, her build, the extra bone and cushion to her skeleton, those are all really good things. I would caution that young man long term. You got to make sure that one gets enough to her when you step right behind her amongst the challenging breed that she's going to represent. Young man's heifer that comes next, really fault-free type of a cow. Big body, bold sprung, got a lot of turn and rib to her. I think this calf's another one when we get her parked, really ties a lot of things together really well. It just gives you that soft maternal look. When we get her in motion, a little rigid on her ankle, a little tighter in how she moves and plants out of that rear skeleton, particularly from her hock to the ground. Young man's calf that comes next, very similar story. Baldy here, when he stops and gets her parked, big sweeping rib cage, really long and extended up front. Got a big stout square hip in that heifer as well. Parked right here, this is the best look you're going to get of her. When he asks her to lead, probably gets a little coarser in how those joints want to function, doesn't reach with as much flex or as much softness from her hock down to the ground. That's where we got to change that one. Young lady's heifer that comes next, I got a challenge on this one, because when you get this calf in motion, she probably looks her best as she gets out and covers the ring. She's better in her joints and better in her angles than a couple of the other cattle right ahead of her. She's probably not as pulled apart. She's not as neat in terms of her neck shape or down through her chest, but that's one to keep feeding on and don't give up on, because though she might be a little plain today, her build and her athleticism might be an attribute to her later on that gets her up a few spots higher. Cattle that round out the class are a very similar story. I think they check a lot of boxes in terms of having some substance. They've got some rib shape and some doability to them. They're just cattle that need to come with a little more elegance, maybe cover the surface with a little more cushion and comfort. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Good class of cattle. Really nice pair of heifers on the top end of this class, and couldn't be any more different maybe what they represent and what they bring to the table. The big scaled, soft made, really just loose made type of female is the red one that we lead off with. I think a heifer that reads with just a lot of breeding female characteristics, one that gives you a cow look out here in terms of just her rib shape and her extra length of body. I think that female is just really, really good in the upper part of her skeleton, and I think her joints are clean, her angles are good. You know, relative to this pair, I don't know if she's quite as athletic as the one that's right behind her, but I think she has some advantages up high in terms of length and scale and performance, turn to her rib cage, and I'll call it good enough. Give her the nod in this particular pair. I love how this one gets around and motors in terms of her lower build and her joint work. This one can sure get out and move and comes across the surface. I like this young man's heifer in terms of just the neatness to her head, how tidy she is to the front part of her body, but yet when you study her from there back, she opens up like you want them to. I think that heifer's got plenty to her in terms of mass and substance and power. You know, relative to the one right ahead of her, is she as big, is she as long, is she just as bold sprung through her center rib? She's not, but I think she's sure really, really good in what she brings to the table. He's done an excellent job presenting that female as well. Cattle that come next between 3, 4, and 5 is a little bit of a tricky pair and maybe how you want to put that trio of cattle together. On the standstill, this one's my favorite right in front of me. I think she's great in terms of her neck shape, her top line, how she ties it all together when the cattle are put on the stand, I think is really, really attractive, very elegant in terms of her look. When we ask that heifer to go, she needs to travel with just a little more comfort out of both ends, just a little more coordination. Maybe we can knock her down in her tail head just a little bit. This pair is still close here. I think there's a give and take on this particular pair of heifers. The one that's to me a little neater in her chest floor probably handles her build just a shot better out here is this young man with the red hair that comes next. I think that heifer's very fresh. She's very elegant in terms of her look. Got a lot of bone underneath of her. Probably not as stout as the heifer that comes next, but probably handles herself in motion just a shot better. This wild necked one that comes out next, I bet this one was a little tough to break because she's got that look in her eye like she might just take herself right out the door any given moment, but she's got some really cool pieces that come along with that. Her neck, the way it comes out of her shoulder is maybe as good as anything in this class. She's got a ton of mass and a ton of spread down her top line. She just wants to go, and when she wants to go, I think not only does it throw off her balance, she just gets a little funky in how she wants to move out of her rear skeleton. I think as that one calms down with some time, she gets better in a competitive class. Maybe just gotta watch her chest and how that feeds into her for as she moves on down the road. The pair of cattle that round out this class, both of them got muscle, both of them have body, both of them just need to move a little better, come with a little extra wow factor in a competitive group. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. a good set of females here. White-headed one's a pretty nice place to start, in my opinion. I think a calf that just reads smooth and attractive, but yet powerful and big-bodied and soft-made. When you ask that calf to go, she handles herself really, really well. Probably one of the heifers in here that's maybe a little further along in terms of her ability to get out here and present herself really good. So my compliments to that young man and the people back home helping him, because she's doing everything you can ask one to do at this stage of the game in terms of attitude, body, quality, presentation. Really just checks all the boxes. Can't ask for one to do a better job right now than what that one has. Congratulations to him. Heifer that comes second out here, maybe a little different than even our class winner, a little more size, a little more scale, probably one you project long term. It's going to be a bigger frame type of a heifer. It's got a long length of body to her, big square hip in that heifer, and a very attractive look through the front third of her skeleton. You know, you compare her to the heifer right in front of her, she's not as soft and deep back through her flank. She's probably not as stout and pulled apart when you step right behind her. But I think in terms of looking like a lady out here and having that right kind of look and presence, she sure does that to a very high degree. My compliments to him. Young lady's heifer that comes next is really, really complete. I think that one, you study her, whether it's her build or up high, she's really hard to put a hole in. I don't know if she's probably as out there, as extreme as the two cattle right ahead of her, both in terms of just length and look, but also in terms of size and scale. She's probably always going to be just a shot more moderate, but I think that one really, really complete from her body standpoint. Heifer that can sure get out and move really well, just like to trick her out in a few areas, maybe have a little more of her out here. Young lady's calf that comes next is probably a little more similar to the one that was in second. Longer bodied heifer, got a little more size. I like that length of body and that square hip she has. Of the cattle that are right in front of her, I didn't think this one blended together as good from the base of her chest back through her forerib. That's where she kind of falls out of balance for me. If we could just pick her up there and soften her in her forerib and how that transitions, I think this heifer can move up a couple spots in this class, because I like that one's center rib cage and her design out here. Young lady that comes out next, got a big, long, high-performing type of female. Really, really long body, very attractive in terms of how she's made. Got a good, strong top line in that female. Just didn't read that one as soft or as comfortable out here as a couple right ahead of her. Young man that comes next has got a huge bellied one. Man, that one can get out here, and she looks like she swallowed 10 watermelons before she came in, but she handles it really good. That one gets out and motors really well. You know, you just ask yourself, can we blend her together a little smoother from her shoulder to her heart, and maybe how she travels out of her front end. We can just put all that together just a little tighter and a little neater. I think that heifer can move up in here as well. Young man drew a tough card on his heifer being up front. Maybe she gave him a few fits for a little while, but he's done a nice job with this one, staying with it, and I compliment him for it, because he's got a good, fresh, feminine type of a heifer here. She just probably runs out of the center rib shape and softness to her flank to run with a couple of those ahead of her. The remaining three cattle, as we've mentioned before, they all got some substance to them. These are high-performing cattle. They got muscle, they've got body. They'll make good cows for these young people down the road. Probably just run out of a few bells and whistles here today. a sucker for a good red one. This is a pretty good heifer to lead off this class. Man, I think this one's really, really nice in terms of just her build, her body shape, the look of quality that she has. You know, I'll be honest with you, I don't care if they're pink polka dotted. If they're good, they're good. And, you know, for a red one to get out and motor like this, still have that kind of body shape and power in her, and still, you know, fresh enough. I think she looks like a female and looks like a lady out here. You know, if you ask yourself for the young lady long term, you know, I'd probably pump the brakes on this one if you want to keep showing for a long time. But right now, that one's 12 o'clock, and I'll be the first to tell you, I think anymore, maybe 11 or 11:30 is really the new 12 o'clock. But man, that one sure does a lot of things that are really, really good and handles it extremely well. I like that one to win this class pretty easy. Young man's black heifer that comes next, I really like this one's smoothness. I think that one in terms of her shoulder, her center body, her hip, and how she handles herself, it's all very smooth, and she transitions extremely well. I think that heifer still has some shape, and between that top pair, no doubt this one's fresher amongst those two cattle. I like her better at the base of her chest and around her tail head. You know, you ask yourself, comparatively speaking, is she just quite as soft-legged? Is she quite as good in terms of cushion and comfort? She's not, and that's why she's second in this particular pair. Young man's butterscotch heifer that comes next, love that one's center body. I think everything about this one, from her shoulders back, just reads good cow, good generating type of female that's got bone and density and some substance to her. She's probably not as neat or as refined or as feminine as the two cattle right ahead of her, and that's why she comes in third. You study her in her head, her shoulder, and even back out of her hip, she's just a little coarser made, but from a body standpoint, that one's really, really good. He's done a nice job with her. Neat heifer comes next, and she's got some interesting pieces amongst this the top four cattle in here, because she's a little different in terms of her size, her length of body. She's a little more tricked out in terms of her top line, how it ties into her shoulder, and then how her neck comes out of it is all really, really good. I think that heifer's build of her back legs is as good as anything in here. I think she gets in trouble compared to the cattle ahead of her, just in terms of her tail head, having a short switch. She doesn't balance up quite as good as the other cattle. We need to jam that down in her, maybe soften her up back through her flank just a little bit. Young man's got a nice black heifer coming next, and from the side, you can really get to liking some things she offers. I like that head, that strong jaw, the neat look that she's got out here. When you study her off either end of her framework, there's not just as much boldness and power, or just as much turn and curvature to her rib cage as a few of those other ones. But man, in terms of a big hip and a good look and a great profile, she sure brings that to the table. Of the cattle that are coming next, I thought the young lady's Hereford heifer had just as much bone and density and feature to her as any. She probably needs to be softened up and a little cleaner through the front third of her body to compete and run a little higher. I thought the cattle that comes next between the last three are all very similar. They're very neat in terms of their head and neck shape. They're fresh females that got a nice look to them. They run out of the extra horsepower compared to the cattle right ahead of them. Congratulations to those exhibitors. Really good class from top to bottom. Pretty good way to lead off this class, and if you don't like the white one that's standing out here in the middle of the ring, then you and I probably aren't going to be very good friends, because this one wins in a slam dunk. I think just in terms of her look, quality, build, body shape, the way that she's designed through the front part of her body, how she blends to the middle part of her body, and then from there back, it all is seamless in terms of transitions, but she does it without being too fat, and she does it with getting out here and motor in the right way. Congratulations to her. That's a slam dunk winner in this particular class. From there, it gets a little tricky, maybe how you want to put these cattle together. Really like this high presented heifer the young man in the blue shirt has. I think in terms of just her spread, her look, and her quality, the way she gets out and handles herself is really, really good. You know, compared to one right in front of her that's just 3 times sweepier and softer in her rib cage, that's where this one needs to be changed. If she could do that, that's a really, really nice heifer to land in second. One that comes next, you know, she's different in this group, a little bit of a club rat, if you will, so to speak, and I can say that because I've got a few of those myself at home anymore, and so I like what she represents amongst her contemporary group. For me personally, I'm always going to lead to some good breeding type heifers out here versus some that maybe are a little more terminal in terms of their look, in terms of their length of body and their muscle pattern. But man, in terms of how bold and stout and powerful she is, the way she handles it and what she has to offer as an individual is really, really good. So I appreciate a lot about that heifer, just probably not long enough, smooth enough, or female-like enough for me today. The one that comes next, man, if you could just redesign this one from the base of her chest up through her head and her front end, this heifer is really, really good. Because from her shoulders back, that one moves awesome. She's got a great body shape, a great turn to her hip. That heifer just reads brood cow all over, even with her front end. Compared to a few of those at the top of this class that I think are extra special, she's just got to be better there to be more competitive today. But don't think I don't like that heifer and appreciate what she brings to the table. Young man's got a real cool painted up one that comes next, and you know, she's a little slicker haired than the heifers right ahead of her, and I think, you know, that probably takes away from her a little bit, just her flash and bloom out here, so to speak. She probably doesn't hit you with as much presence as a couple of those cattle because of it, but you look underneath of it, that one's good and strong in her top, she's functional in her build, she's a heifer that's hard to put holes in, she's just not as extreme or out there as a couple of the other cattle ahead of her. I really had a hard time putting this young man's heifer as far down as what I did, and the reason why is because she's just not ready enough today. There's not enough rib cage, there's not enough softness, there's just not enough to her at this point in time to compete with a couple of those other ones. And I'd rest assured if you can feed that one long term, her build and her look and quality, the way he's taking care of them at home, that one gets really good come next summer, next fall. She gets more competitive with a big calf in her to soften her up. So she's not ready today, but doesn't mean that's not a quality female, because she is. She's got a lot of future, it's just today's not her day. Young lady's heifer that comes next, really, really bold and really, really stout. Love that one's feature and timber underneath of her. You just get to studying her at the base of her chest, how that works into her lower body. It just throws her out of balance for me. Like to freshen her up a little bit. The cattle that all remaining, they all have some look. They've all got some quality. These are nice heifers in this particular class. Probably don't come with the same amount of unique intangibles of look and presentation. Probably just aren't as maxed out as a few of the other ones. Congratulations to those kids. quality cattle in this particular set from top to bottom. You know, the one that rises to the top pretty quick for me is this young man right in front of us. You know, I think he took about 3 steps in the ring, and just in terms of look and build and quality, you know, all the things that are initial impressions, she hits you really hard right off the bat. You know, if you want to get to breaking that one down, and if you want to pick her apart a little bit, you can knock her tail head down just a little bit. Maybe she wants to carry it just a little high, but you know, you take that out of the equation. Big-legged, cool-looking, big-bodied, love the sweep and turn to her rib, and just as bendy and sweepy as her rib cage is that back leg, and the way she uses it is really, really good. Excellent place to start here. The next best structured one's the young ladies that come out next, and you know, I think if you just put your hand in front of that one's shoulder and look from her shoulder back, that's a really, really quality female. Big in terms of her center rib, got a lot of hip and a lot of bone in that calf. You know, she is a little plainer through the front third of her body, particularly compared to the one that we ended off with. But man, that one just reads cow all over. That's a good functional type of a female that they keep that one fresh. Her better days can still be ahead of her. Young lady that comes next, I really like a lot of things about this calf. She's a little fresher and a little more youthful than the one that's right in front of her. Got a neat, pretty head on her, right through the front part of her skeleton. You know, if you could just get that one to soften up back through her flank and maybe handle her back leg just a shade better, I think this calf could end up being pretty good long term. We got to get that rib cage big and soft and sweepy in there, and I think that one's got a great look of quality, very well presented and shown out here as well. Young man that comes next, I thought that pair was really close, and to be honest with you, I thought between those cattle, this one's probably just a little smoother in the way she transitions from her shoulder back into her forerib, and how her mid-body and her top line all lays in there is just a little bit more seamless than the one that's right in front of her. Comparatively, I didn't know if this one was just quite as maxed out in terms of presentation. She's another female I think could run out of a little bit of bone, and you know, you put some extra woof into that one at the chutes back there, I think that pair gets a little bit closer, because that's a really nice calf, just needs to be dressed out a shot more out here. Young lady's calf that comes next is a similar story. You know, I think this is a big, high-performing female, got a lot of length of body, a lot of center rib cage in her. You know, she gets a little rigid for me in how she travels out of her rear skeleton. I'd like to just set her down with a little more softness and comfort, maybe push her chest back up in her, because I think long term you're going to have to watch this on one that's that far along and probably as easy doing as she is. That's going to be a question mark for the future, but fresh haired, big bodied, cowy in terms of her look, very well presented as well. Congratulations to her. Young man that comes next has got a heifer that's neat in terms of her lines. Good from her top of her neck all the way down her top line and out of her tail head. She'll give you a great look through that upper part of her skeleton. I just wish we could intensify this one a little more as we take her to the surface, maybe have her grab an extra gear and want to show herself off a little more out here. Young lady's calf that comes next, this is good cattle in terms of just her actual body shape and the way that she's made. She's feminine, she's functional in terms of her build. Bottom line, that one's just not as big. She doesn't have as much horsepower. She doesn't have as much performance as a couple of the cattle that are ahead of her. That's why she winds up like she is. There's nothing wrong with that one's basic kind. You make a good one out of her as a replacement. Cattle that round out this class, the two right next, they just had more growing performance than the young mans that round out. All those cattle sure have a lot of good to them. Just need to pretty them up, make them a little more show heifer-like. Congratulations. Hey, this is a good class right here, and I think there's a lot of good cattle in here. You get on down the line, there's some ones that you project them out. They're going to make good cows for these young people, and hopefully be productive females when they get them back home, and stuff they can do something with and make the next generation better. But you kind of got to lock in on these two here at the top end, and if you're looking from the outside in, you got to keep in mind this one's in October and that one's in April. You're talking 5 months and some change, maybe even 6 months difference in between these cattle. So you throw that out the window and you just look at them as individuals and what they bring to the table and maybe what you like. This one just screams female quality to me from her head and her neck shape, her center body, back through her hip, and the build underneath of it. Everybody wants to talk about feminine being one that's choke-necked and slick-fronted and this, that, and the other. No, feminine is being good-fronted, but having something to them from behind still. And that's what this one's got. She's got enough rib, she's got enough hip, and she handles it extremely well. So I would call her the more feminine heifer in this particular class, but for her age, she's also got plenty enough to her. Man, this one right here is kind of a hoss in this particular pair. Extra big bone, huge foot. Love the extra power that one's got. You talk about a breeding piece for on down the road to do something with. You could go a lot of different directions with this one. I don't even know or care how she's bred. That's good cattle. For her age, you wonder, where is she at in terms of condition? For me, I think she's more than acceptable. She's just a different style and a different type of heifer than the one that we led off with. I didn't read her quite as elegant in terms of her look as the one right ahead of her. That's the reason why she stands in second, but that's a dang good one the young lady's done a good job with. White heifer that comes next, good meat and potatoes type of female. I love that one's just her body and her rib cage. The way that she handles it is extremely good. She's not as dressed to the nines as the two cattle that are right ahead of her, but that doesn't matter because when you kick this one out, you're going to have something on down the road. That's just a good functional female. She doesn't have the extra bells and whistles as the two cattle right ahead of her. Similar story to the red heifer that comes next. Nothing wrong with this one's basic replacement kind. I think she's very complete. She's very fault-free. She just doesn't bring any extra unique intangibles out here. She doesn't ring the bell, but you can have a pasture full of milling made like this, you'd be in a heck of a good shape. Young lady that comes out next, I really like this heifer from the stand. Very sharp and very attractive in terms of her lines. She does a good job of getting this one put together from a profile. The problem with her heifer is she runs out of hip, she runs out of length of hip and power out of her hip and her pin set, and it throws her off just a little bit. I wish we could intensify that one in terms of her bone and her foot underneath compared to a couple big dogs right ahead of her. Good calf the young man brings out next, really, really heavy duty, extra stout and powerful, just reads with substance from end to end, just not as neat and attractive in terms of her look. Young lady's Hereford heifer that comes out next, another good functional cow. I like that one's basic build. Her feet are good, her skeleton's good. She's just not as soft and as pliable in her lower rib as compared to where her chest wants to sit into her. If we could just soften that one up, I think she moves up quite a bit in this class. Heifers that remaining. Good, big, functional cattle, just don't have the extra bells and whistles. Really, really nice class, very impressive on the top end. Another excellent class. And there's several good big ones on down the line here. I think are really, really good cattle, and I really like this pair of them at the top end. Very different, in terms of what they bring to the table. You got kind of a hoss here to lead off with that, still has the extra look and still looks like a lady out here, but yet you study that one through the rear part of her body, and I mean, she's a truck in terms of her rib cage, her hip, her bone, and the way she handles it is all really good. Her underline, particularly in this pair, balances up so much better in how she just transitions from just her chest floor all the way back to her flank. At this particular age, they're going to have a little more on them, and sure, she's got some. She'll put a little bit in her chest, but if they don't have that kind of just a little more condition on them right now, I don't think you'd want them as cows anyway. So it don't bother me a ton. I think that one's really, really good. Love this one here from the side, and the way she gets out in motors is really good. Maybe she is just a shade straighter up through her shoulder and how she goes, but breed for breed and how she gets out and covers the surface is good as anything out here. She is a little fresher in terms of her neck shape and over her body compared to the one that was right ahead of her, but I don't think she balanced up quite as good from her chest floor back through her flank. And the biggest difference between this pair of cattle is whether you get in front of them or behind them, she just gets swallowed by the one they'll lead off with. But I really like that heifer. A lot of female quality there. Unique kind of a female comes out in third, and critics will say that she's a little bit typey and a little quicker in terms of her maturity. She's a little shorter body, just shorter stature. But you look past that, it's pretty hard to put a hole in that female just from her smoothness of her body shape, the boldness to her rib cage, and the way she handles it. Sure, she's wanting to put a little more back through her flank, but her neck shape is still really good. So kudos to that young lady. She's got a really high quality female there. Probably just not the length and grow and size that I like in the two cattle right ahead of her, but I sure appreciate what that one brings to the table. Young man brings one that's going to make a great cow that comes next. I love the bend to her back leg, the length of her body. She's long fronted, but she's even longer bodied, and so I think as a cow, this one brings a lot of utility to the table. He's done a good job of keeping this one in the right kind of rig. I don't know if that one's just as fresh-haired and as wowie looking out here as a couple of those other heifers. She just probably doesn't grab your attention as hard as a few of those. But man, what she represents and the kind of cattle she is, we could all use a lot more of them at home. So compliments to him. Young lady's got one that comes next that when she stops and gets her parked, I love her upper body. I think that one's boldness to her rib, the extra power. That one's got a big square hip in that kind of cattle right there. When she gets in motion, she probably is a little more rigid compared to a couple of the other ones. Just not quite as soft on those rear ankles, just not as comfortable in how she travels out of her shoulder. Similar story for the young man's heifer that comes next. And I actually thought him and the young man that follows him was a really close pair there. Bottom line, there just looks like there's that much more calf in this one. There's more cow here from end to end. She just looks further along to me, and that's why I gave her the nod in this pair. Standing still, I want to use that one right there in this particular pair. Bottom line is when she comes and goes, she just flattens out. There's not enough to her. When they get to this age, they got to be showing some calf for me, and that one's just not far enough along, in my opinion, or at least she doesn't show it if she is. Young lady's heifer that comes next, good functional type of a female, great in terms of her feet and legs. As I mentioned about a couple other ones, just not as much wow factor and presence out here, but nothing wrong with their kind. Similar story for the two that round out the class. Both of them have enough to them. They're just cattle that run out of the unique extras today. Congratulations to those kids. excellent class of big ones to round this out. And, I'll be the first one to tell you that if you want to place your priorities a little differently, and you might jumble these up all the way around, and, you can stand out here and defend yourself pretty easily because, at the end of the day, I think this isn't necessarily about walking in and saying, this one's the best one. You get asked which one's your favorite, because my favorite, and you and you and you and everybody else in here, I hope it's different. It ought to be different, and that's the way this deal works. That's what makes this industry what it is. So I'm not going to come out here and tell you that this one's a slam dunk winner and she's the best one and that's the only way there is to it. No, this one's my favorite one because this particular female that we lead off with is the blend of freshness and cow power and having enough to her but still looking elegant enough. And I think that's the blend that makes this bred heifer game so hard, and that's where this one has the advantage in this group. She's neater in her chest and in her neck shape than several of the other ones, but she's still stouter and got more to her than several of the other ones out here. And so by process of elimination, and not just only having the kind of quality that she has, but she's the mix of everything. And so when you put all that together and you can handle it the way that she handles it at this stage of the game is really, really good. My compliments to that young lady on keeping one at this kind of rig, but still far enough along to look like a cow should at this stage of the game. The one that's the next closest to that is this young lady that comes next. I think this one's really, really good from her muscle standpoint, her rib cage and the turn and spread that she has. But look at how she's so stout, and yet look at how she transitions into her neck. The crest of her neck is smooth and ladylike. She's flat about her shoulder. She is one to push a little more at the base of her chest, but she is round in terms of her rib and stout out of her hip, and I think handles it extremely well for all those things considered. Just probably not quite as fresh as the one that we lead off with. Now, if we wanted to all be smart and just stand at the backdrop and take a picture behind one, you ought to gravitate to this one right here, because when that young lady gets this heifer parked, that one's dynamite on the sand. Love her neck shape, the sweep to her rib, the length of her hip. She balances as good as anything out here and is in the right kind of condition. The problem is I care about cattle when they get out on the lead, and she needs to just move with a little more flex and reach. She kind of wants to drop her hip and get underneath herself, which doesn't bother me so much, but she gets a little straighter up through her shoulder and how she wants to work there. She's the least comfortable out here of the initial trio of cattle. Young man's got the big power cow that comes next, and you can't deny that one's center rib cage, the sweep she has. She's one to get a little bit of udder underneath of her. She's big and long and high performing and stout and checks all those boxes. She too just got a little more through the front part of her skeleton, base of her chest there, wants to pinch a little more behind her shoulder, and I didn't read her quite as smooth as she transitions out of her hip compared to a couple of the other cattle, but that one reads like a brood cow and one you're going to make something with on down the road. Similar story to the one a few places ahead is this young man's calf right here, because it's pretty hard to put one next to last when they look like this from the side. The only problem is as I mentioned earlier, when you get right here, there's just not enough cattle there. I gotta see more rib, I gotta see more hip the way that I like them. She just needs more to her, but from the side, she's fresh, she's attractive, she's elegant, she moves great. I just wish she had more horsepower, but that's a quality female. Similar story here in the young man's heifer, another one that's great in terms of her look. She's far along, he's done a good job with her. She's just not as extreme as some of the other cattle. I want to knock her down in her tail head, maybe just have her grab an extra gear as she goes, but a quality female in a really, really high quality class. Well, if you're around ringside, go ahead and put your hands together and congratulate all these class winners. Man, this is so fun. When they're this good and you get this many of them out here, there's nothing better. And, you know, for me personally, I'm the most comfortable when we put the most good ones in the ring at one time. And so I love that. I love that feeling, not only as an exhibitor, but as a show judge also. And, you know, it's just something that I hope you all, whether you've been here, this is your first time standing out here, or maybe you've been out here 20 times over the years, I hope that feeling never gets old. And so anyway, I'm not one on big, long-winded speeches or anything like that. You know, I've tried to explain myself and what I like and what I see in the cattle as we go along. And the one thing I'll tell you is, regardless of how you do or what you end up with or whatever, there'll be no doubt in your mind that I can tell you, first through fifth will be the way that I would take them home as soon as we left this show. And so your champion would be the one that I would want to throw in the back of my truck right now. I'd strap her down and I'd take her with me, and I'd keep her for myself, because I'm a hoarder of good females. I love good females. And you know, as a business back home, this is what we do. So I eat, sleep, live, and breathe this, and not just the show cattle part of it, but also making cows and good females and good bulls out of these things, because that's what makes the world go round. And so regardless of how this ends up, just know that I'm proud of all you kids and the job that you've done with your cattle. You've got bright futures ahead of you with the young ones, the big ones, whether this is the end of the road or you're going a little further on. I wish you the best of luck. So give them a good hand one more time. I'll go show you my 5 favorites.
5 heifers today. Grand champion, Avery Coles. Reserve grand champion, Zane Ladone. Third place went to Georgia Holm. Fourth place, Sarah Benson Sadler.
Hey.
Fifth went to Scott Swannick. Again, race break before we start our first class of market steers so we can get some pictures. Thank you.
steers here to start out your market livestock show, and I think the young man's got a good smoke calf to lead off with, and I'm not going to call him the most exotic amongst this top trio by any means, but I think he's the most fault-free right now. I like this guy's build of his back leg, the way he gets out in motors. I think his rib cage is really, really good compared to the two right behind him, particularly the one right behind him. I think that calf's got muscle and shape and a good look to him. He's probably not as stripped out in terms of his front end and the way that it comes out of his shoulder, but I think that calf's probably the most complete of this trio to lead off with. The cool one that really stands out to the front third of his body and packs an extra punch underneath is the young lady's black calf that comes next. Love the way that guy gets out and travels out here. He's neat to the front part of his body, and he's stout and square up top. He worries me a little bit compared to the one right ahead of him and the one behind him, just in terms of his rib cage. I don't know if that guy's just as soft or as pliable there. It's going to take him getting fat for that really all ties together to give him enough softness and just curvature and shape to his mid-body. The rest of them I like a good bit. Between the pair of 2 and 3, I thought that steer in second just got out and motored that much better. That black and white steer is really cool looking. He's big and square in his hip. He's got a lot to him from a body and muscle standpoint. He's pretty cool. It's just when we get that calf in motion, he just wants to get a little rigid in his build. He's not as comfortable out here as he covers the surface. That's why he sits in third, but I like everything else about him a good bit. White steer that comes next, really sound in terms of his back leg. He's got a big hip in him. For me, compared to the cattle right ahead of him, he reads a little shorter and more jammed up through the front third of his body. I'd like to just make him a little more attractive and striking in his look there versus maybe a little shorter and a little thicker about his neck shape. The Hereford steer that comes next, really nice calf for a breed steer. His build is really good. His presence and outline is really nice out here. I think when the young man gets him out in motion, he too is really sound in how he travels across the surface. Compared to the crossbred cattle ahead of him, he doesn't have the extra horsepower, the muscle, and the shape and density. But for a breed calf, he's doing a lot of things right. Steer that comes next is a meat and potatoes calf. Big in terms of his center rib. He's going to be moderate, stout, and chunky. When we get him in motion is where I want to change him. He just wants to catch on those rear wheels ever so slightly. We could just set him down and make him more comfortable as he goes. He's got a great look from the profile. Black and white steer that comes next. Tons of length of body, tons of bone underneath of him. He's got a very attractive look with that chromed up color pattern to him. For me, he gets a little steeper out of his hip. He just got a little drier and harder over his mid-body. We could chub him up and make him just wider and chubbier, stouter. He's more competitive. 3 cattle that round out the class all got a look of quality to them. Just cattle that don't have the unique extras to run in this steep show steer ring today. Another good class of steers here, and I think the heat is in the top pair of these cattle. There's some differences amongst them, but I think really that young lady's kind of peach-colored butterscotch steer, whatever you'd like to call him. I really like this guy in terms of his look. He's got a lot of muscle, a lot of shape to him. He's very striking when you get him out here from a profile, and I think where he gets the biggest edge over the smoky kind of gray mouse-colored steer in second is how he travels out here, particularly out of his front end. He's more comfortable on how he moves out of his shoulder and down through his front feet. He just picks them up and plants them with so much ease, and that's where he's got the biggest advantage in this pair. You know, from shoulders back, the one that's just like him is this one that comes next. I love that spread. I love his shape. He's got a big hip and a square pin set in him. Calf is true in how he works from there to the ground out of his rear skeleton. And I think for this stage of the game, he's in the right kind of rig right now. He's fresh, but still chubby enough through his mid-body to look right. My biggest hiccup is, like I mentioned, when he gets pulled to lead, I didn't think he was as comfortable in his step as the calf that leads off with out of the front part of his skeleton. Calf that comes in third, I think this guy on the stand is really, really nice. Longer, a little shot longer body than the two right ahead of him. Got a neat look to the front end of his body. Good in terms of build to his back leg. Nice in terms of his look and balance. When you step off either end and then you study him in his center rib cage, he's not as bold, he's not as deep, and he's not quite as powerful as those two cattle right ahead of him. But this will be a good one on down the road when he makes a nice fat. That one ties it all together and he'll be ultra competitive. Young lady that comes next has got a fresh and attractive one. Similar to the calf right ahead of him, there's some bigger scaled steers with more length of body, probably a little more grow, and once they get finished, will probably hit the hook at a heavier weight. Compared to the one right ahead of him, I just wanted to see that guy a little more comfortable as he travels out of his rear end, maybe change the set of his hock and how he hits the surface. Young man's white steer that comes next is another fault-free kind of a calf. You know, nothing wrong with this one's basic build and his maturity pattern right now. He's just not as maxed out and pulled apart from either end of his skeleton as a couple of those other ones. But when that guy feeds and masses up with some time, that's all going to come together really good because his build and his body shape is really, really nice. He just needs to be pushed long term. Young lady that comes next has got a really cool chromed up steer, big haired, fresh, and highly presented. For me, he got a little bit steeper in his hip and pushed out more at the base of his chest, and that throws his balance off a little bit out here. But in terms of a calf that's got plenty of rib cage and softness to him, he's pliable and he's got extra foot and bone underneath of him. He'll be a fun project for that young lady. Just need to square him up there in his pin set, tuck his chest up underneath of him. The steers that round out the class, they're all got some muscle, they've all got some shape to them. They're cattle that just need to move a little bit better to be competitive in a tough class. competitive group of steers here, and I think there's some give and take in a few of these, and we'll go through and talk and discuss about them a little bit, and I'll share with you my thoughts. One I gravitate to pretty quickly is a young lady's calf here in the middle of the ring. I think one that looks like a show steer. He's built like a show steer. He's got the great look and the big runners underneath of it. You know, that's the kind of calf you get way back off of him in the ring, and you really study how he's made from an outline standpoint. That's kind of what he's built for. He's built for a big ring and a great big setting. Really like what he brings to the table. Very, very nice calf to lead off with. From there, I think it gets a little tricky, how you want to navigate, maybe where you want to place your priorities. You know, you want to talk about a breed steer that can get out and flatten motor, but yet still has an awesome look to him. There's the young man's calf right in front of us. I think his build is awesome. His look and his proportionality is so good because everything matches. The length matches the width. His bone matches what's up top. And so you put all that together and everything flows so seamlessly. You know, he's not as pulled apart and cracked open as a few of these other cattle, but he's built so much better and he balances up extremely well from the side. So, you know, being a breed steer, I'm not going to hurl it against him because I think to each their own, and that cat's very, very competitive out here. The one that I really, really think gets good with time is the young lady's calf that comes next. The way he's built out of his hip, down his top, and how he funnels or works his way to the surface, because he doesn't funnel at all, I think is really, really good. What he needs is to learn to keep his tail down so you can keep his tail head a shot higher, because as you take it down, it makes him look a little shorter and quicker out of his hip, and I don't think he is. He just wants to crank his tail up all the time, and so he needs to learn how to be a show calf in that regard, because I think there's a lot of unique pieces in that particular animal. Young man that comes next, his calf is dynamite on the stand. When he puts in park, that neck comes up and those ears come forward, he's awesome to look at. He's not going to be maybe as big as a couple of them calves that went right ahead of him, but I think he's square and he's stout and he's true in the way he's made up high all the way to the surface. For me, you want to get nitpicking on him. When he gets out in motion, I think he is just a nickel short in his hip, and he probably drops his pins a little bit. I don't know if he reads with as much comfort how he travels, particularly out of his hip versus his back leg, so to speak. I just think he needs to be lengthened out there just a shot, but the rest of that calf I really, really like. Similar story for the young lady's kind of bronco-faced steer that comes next. On the stand, he can give you an awesome look. He's really soft, he's really pliable in terms of his body shape. I thought that calf got out and motored really, really well. I don't know if he hit me with quite as much shape and substance as a few of the other cattle, but on the stand, he looks like an easy-feeding, good fat steer for the future. Young lady's calf that comes next, extra heavy duty in terms of his bone work. Really stout and square when you get behind the cattle. For me, his problem comes to the front third of his body. He leads a little rounder, a little bigger in terms of his head. He doesn't hit you with the word fresh in terms of the front third of his body, and I think he sort of shows that as you study him in his shoulder and down through the base of his chest. But in terms of big runners that can do really well when he gets out in motion, he'll be a good feeding fat one. You just got to keep him youthful enough in his look. Young man's calf that comes next, very, very striking from the stand. Very neat in terms of his head and his neck shape. He's good in his top line. I think on the stand that calf is really, really nice. It's when you study his back leg and how he wants to get out in motion, we got to square him up in his hock, make him more true as he drops out of his stifle down to the ground. If that calf can stay sound enough, he's got a good future ahead of him. Young lady's white steer, good functional type of cattle here. Big bodied, easy fleshing, good doing. Is he as heavy duty muscle? Is he as big boned? Is he as big haired as a few of those other ones? No, but one time on down the road, when she gets that one prepared for his endpoint, he'll end up being a good fat one. Similar story to the bronco that comes next. Really, really nice in terms of his look, soft-centered, easy-doing type of calf. Probably not as stout and square when you study him up top. Probably not as neat in terms of his bone work. Calf that rounds out the class, a little frailer featured, probably not as much to him, but a calf that's fresh and youthful, and his better days are ahead of him. My compliments all those kids. That's a very competitive class of cattle. Good pair on the top end here to talk about. I think this black and white steer that leads off with is just super complete. You know, not only has he got a killer look to him from a profile, but you got to have him stout, and you got to have him square, and you got to have him built right, and he does all those things to a really high level. You know, I think when that calf, you project him on down the road, you know, he's going to be one that's stout and got some shape and some muscle to him, but he's going to look like a show calf should out there. And you know, you project the cattle, I think he really just fits the bill for me. I like that calf a bunch. The one that comes out in second rivals him right here on the stand. You know, I think that calf's super, super good in terms of his center body. His front end looks fresh and attractive, but still stout enough to look like a man on down the road. The biggest difference between those two cattle is when you study the length of their hip. Not only is the black and white one stouter in his pin set, but he's longer and leveler out of his hip. That's what sorts the pair the way that they are. But I think this one will be a heater long term as well. He can do the right things at home in terms of management. One that comes next is a good functional calf here. I think this guy's got some shape and some muscle to him, and he's built good in terms of his framework. This is a calf that's obviously he's not fit and presented to the level those two ahead of him are, but you just study his outline right here and what he's going to look like on down the road. This calf is kind of laying the table for the future, so to speak. You get that one stout and hairy and fed up chubby, he's going to look really, really good for the young man. Well, calves that come next have a little sword in them, and the one that comes out, the young lady has, just was a little stouter and a little burlier than the ones right behind him. My biggest hiccup on him is how he wants to plant at the surface. I think his back leg needs to be redesigned, and how he hits the ground, and also how he stays, if he stays stable enough in his hock long term, because I think through the front 2/3 of his body, he's pretty cool. Nice, big haired, nice, chubby kind of a calf. Young man steer that comes next is a little different speed. He's a little fresher, he's a little leaner, but he don't have as much to him, and so that's what kind of gets him in trouble in that pair. But I did prefer the way that calf's built in his hock from there to the surface. He is more secure there. Young lady's calf that comes next is very similar. A calf that's got some leanness and some shape to him. He's fresh at this stage of the game. Probably doesn't come with the extra pipe or as big and stout out of his hip as a few of those other ones. I think he just needs to go and redesign in his back leg just a little bit. Next two calves that come I thought are very similar. Both of those are good feeding type of cattle that once they get fat and everything comes together, particularly in their rib cage, I think those cattle will look really good long term. Right now they probably don't have quite as much horsepower, quite as much softness or turn to their mid body. Two cattle that round out the class both have some muscle and some shape to them. I thought both of them need to be altered in terms of their skeleton to be more competitive today. Congratulations to all of them. Really like the top pair. Pretty good class of calves here on the top end. Young man's got a calf that walks in, and I think just in terms of his skeletal quality, he runs away with it. I think his build is really, really good. His squareness and his stoutness is really good. You know, a calf that just ties it all together with a high quality look. You know, maybe in a perfect world, could you just freshen him up in his head and make him just a hair longer in his neck? Maybe so, but I think that one's pretty bulletproof past that. Young man's got a good Brockle steer that comes next, and standing still, he looks soft and chubby and highly presented. When we get him in motion, I think he's a little short in his step out of his front end, and I know he wants to fight the halter a little bit. All these cattle do, so you got to kind of take that thing with a grain of salt a little bit. I think his build is good. He's just a little quick in his step. A man standing still, I love that one. Squareness, his body shape just reads with a really high quality look. I'd watch out for this red one long term because I think this calf's got a lot of future to him. You know, he looks like a soft, chubby, just burly made kind of a fat steer. He's just a young calf right now, but what gives him the nod over the butterscotch steer that comes next is he's just so much softer in his mid body, and he's better in how he works out of the back of his chest floor into his forerib. He's bolder and he's softer and he's deeper there. I think that calf's really good long term. He's probably not as maxed out as the two cattle right ahead of him, but I think that one gets real good with time. Similar story as this calf here, another one. I think this one just needs some time. He's playing catch up to the two steers that win this particular class, but you step back and you analyze this one. His front end's really cool. He's good in terms of his length of body. Everything is proportional, and he handles his skeleton really well. As I mentioned just a second ago, compared to that one right ahead of him, and also the two that lead off the class, he's not as soft, he's not as chubby, and he's not as bold out of the back of his shoulder, and he probably comes with just a nickel more sheath on him, but that doesn't really bother me. I think that calf gets really good later on. He's just not quite ready right now. Good steer that's coming out next, and I think this calf in motion has a lot of value here. He's really comfortable in how he works out of his rear skeleton. He's really soft in terms of his mid body. He's got enough power and stoutness to him. He gets a little plainer through the front part of his body. I just like to make him a little more exotic and tricked out in that regard. Young man's calf that comes next, he's really alert. Tall shouldered, up-headed, gives you a very fresh and a neat look out here. I don't think compared to a couple of the other ones, he comes with quite as much foot and bone underneath of him, but in terms of just muscle and shape and being a good feeding kind, I think a young man's got something to play with for on down the road. Calf that comes out next is going to be a little bigger, a little longer bodied steer that probably gets to a heavier weight, and I think this guy, if he does all that, keeps everything in check, he'll be respectable as a big one because he's got a nice look to him, he handles it well. He's just a different type of steer. He's longer, he's bigger, he's taller, he'll be a heavier weight calf. Young lady's calf that comes next, man, I really like him from his shoulders back. He's big boned, he's big hipped, he's stout ended. He does have a head only his mother could love, but past that, that's a really good meat and potato steer. Just gets a little plainer in terms of his look. Two steers that round out the class are both functional cattle. Both of them need to be powered up in terms of bone, muscle, and shape to rival a couple of the other ones today. pretty big fan of your class winner that walks out here. You get one propped up from a profile and you stand and you look at them like this, hard to not get fired up about that one. If that was that kid, and it would make it real easy for me to get to the barn every day and chore and work hard, because when you get one that comes along that has that kind of look, that kind of pattern to him, and the way he still handles it in terms of how he's feeding right, is really, really good. You know, you ask yourself, in the grand scheme of it, is he just perfect structured? His angles look good. He maybe has just a little hitch in his giddy up as he wants to cover the surface, but I think that one's more than sound enough for sure. I think that one's real, real good. Like him a bunch. Young lady's calf that comes in second, no slouch here. You get this calf here on the profile, love that look to his head and his neck. He's fresh and he's attractive. He looks like a young show steer that's going to feed and get better with time. I think that's what it's all about, really, in my opinion. I think he handles his build more than good enough. Maybe he is just a little tighter on his passer compared to the one that we lead off with, but I think he's square, he's got enough shape, he's got enough muscle. That calf gets really good. He's going to be a big, pretty one. I like a lot of things he brings to the table. Similar story for the one that's in third. You know, this calf's probably not as maxed out as them other ones in terms of presentation, and he's probably just a little tighter and a little harder back through his flank. But I think you take all the rest of it out, man, that one's look of quality is really good. I mean, I love his head and his neck. His front end is great, big hair, good shape, lots of positive attributes about this calf. He just needs a little time to get chubby. When his flank softens and drop is a big one, that one will be tough to handle. Young man that comes out next has got one that's probably a little more ready right now in those regards compared to the one ahead of him. I just didn't read as much extras in terms of him. He's a little frailer featured. He's not quite as heavy-duty boned. He didn't hit me with quite the mass and body and substance that the calf right ahead of him does. But this is a nice, highly presented steer. The young man's done an excellent job getting him prepared for show. Two cattle that round out this class, both easy feeding, functional kind of cattle, just doesn't run with the extra bells and whistles. My compliments to those exhibitors on a good class. Hey, it's pretty cool right here. I'm not going to say this is the best trio of the day, but we're going to round out the day on a pair of trio of heifers here that you can shake these things up and do whatever you want to with them. They're all three. They're pretty darn good. And I can tell you, I got a little group of Club B replacement heifers at home. I kept a bunch of them. Some of them are ETs, some are AIs, and I'd like to take all three of these and stash them in the back 40 away with those and keep them to do something with them later on. The flip side of that is when they're this good, you need to get them out here in the ring, and these three are pretty awesome. I'll go through and describe them each individually because I think there's little things about them that maybe sort this trio and maybe some things you can label them as out here. The chubby, woofy, hairy, hardest one to probably pick a hole in out here is this black and white heifer in front of me. Just awesome in terms of her bone and her feature, the shape that she has, the center body that she has. It's pretty hard to put a hole in that one. Dressed to the nines, presented super, super well, not just in terms of fit job, but the way he's getting this one shown. When she gets around the ring, I mean, that one could flatten motor. She's showing out here and she's a market heifer, but I'd love to see what that one could make one day on down the road. Really like that one a bunch. Congratulations to him. One that comes in second, no slouch. I mean, this one's probably got more turn and curvature to her rib cage even than the one that leads out the class. She is a nickel short body, particularly compared to the one right behind her. But that's all right, because in this deal, they got to be stout and they got to have shape and they got to have turn and curvature to them, and she does. I love how that one gets around the ring as well. Compared to that one right in front of her, is she just as tricked out? Is she just as heavy-duty boned? Probably not, but man, I love what this one brings to the table. She hits me just a little more heifer-like long-term than the one that we lead out the class, which isn't a bad thing. I think this one gets really, really good long-term. The one that dang sure is the breeding heifer of the trio is the one that comes out in third, and she is the longest bodied, she is the longest neck, she is the EST of those things. Does she have as much bone? Does she have as much punch and pipe as those other ones? No, she doesn't, but to me, she's the most breeding heifer-like in here, which you kind of brought one like that to a breeding heifer guy. I think it's tough to where do you put her, because to be honest with you, I think she's either first or third. And for me, I like what them two did in terms of a completeness standpoint. But man, you want to talk about breeding one down the road. There's no way I'd ever let this one get her head cut off, even if she did win, because you got to be able to make something with this one. Just love that length of body, the freshness and elegance that she has. Just not as much density as the two right ahead of her. That's all there is to it. Cattle that come next, there's a little bit of sort. The young man's heifer that's next, I thought she was extra, extra stout. And between the two, her and the one right behind her, I thought with that, she had just a little more grow, a little more size, and a little more length of body. I was a little more comfortable in where she stood on that pendulum versus the one right behind her. Didn't read as much unique extras as the three that precede her. Young man that comes out next, as I just mentioned, build, body, look, she checks all those boxes. Like I said, she's just a little quick for me. I know she's probably a little younger maybe than some of the other cattle. I just don't know where she gets in terms of a size. I'd like to, increase her in that particular regard. Calf that comes out next was really nice on the stand. Young man's done a nice job getting her presented for us. She's soft and she's pliable and she's flexible out here. She's a little bit plainer through her front 1/3 compared to a couple of the other ones, and we could knock her down in her tail head. But basic build and body type on that heifer I thought was really, really nice. Young man that comes next, there's a few heifers that come behind her that probably are a little bigger and a little stouter. I thought she was a little more correct than those cattle, and the way she got out and handled herself, moved around the surface. She was more fault-free, just not as big and not as powerful. The heifers that come next, the next three in line, I thought all of them had some muscle, all of them had shape and some turn to them. This one got me a little concerned in terms of cutting up through her flank. She didn't read as soft and productive there, but I loved the look through her front 1/3 and how her chest tucked up in her to stay one spot behind the other red one behind her. This other red one's a little chubbier. She's a little bigger boned, a little bigger footed, and she is softer back through her flank. I just wanted to make her a notch prettier in terms of her look. She reads just a little more jammed up through her front end, a little bit more coarser about her tail head. 3 cattle that come next all have some extra size, all have got some extra length of body. I didn't read as much true performance and muscle in them compared to a few of the extras. Congratulations to those kids. Really competitive group. Love the top trio. fun market animal show here, and really good to get these class winners back out and let these kids have a little light shined on them, because you know, there's a lot of work that goes into these things. It's, you know, it doesn't matter if it's heifers or steers or what, the threshold of what you got to do to be able to win anymore, it is so high. And there's no shortcuts, there's no way to get around it. You just got to work hard, and you got to have good stock, because it seems like every year it just gets tougher and tougher, and even once you get to the end, it's even harder and harder to win, it seems like. And so I think all these kids are off on the right foot, and like I mentioned earlier, a lot of these cattle, I'm sure it's their first time out, or if it's not their first time, maybe it's only their second. So I would also commend these young people, as you see all these cattle propped up out here, the work that's been done with them to get them presented and to be able to show them like this at this particular age. I think hats off to all of you, because that's something that's hard to do. And you know, as a firm here in a couple of weeks, you know, we're going to have a lot of them going out for the first time to get a little road underneath of them and go to the show for the first time. And so I hope all of you have had a great experience. I hope all you young kids are happy with how your animals are doing, and you're working hard at home, because I can tell you from my standpoint, you got a lot to be proud of, and a lot of things to look forward to in the future. I'm not going to go through and describe each one of these cattle as individuals. We did that in their respective classes, and I told you what I thought about them. So regardless how this shakes out at the end, you know what I had to say about your calf, and if you're out here, just know that I liked them. So one more time, put your hands together and congratulate your market livestock exhibitors.